Nayara Energy, and I manage the SAP practice for Nayara Energy Limited. And I've been associated with Indus a long time. I worked for Reliance, HMEL, and earlier was SR Oil, and now in Nayara, almost 6 years now. So I manage mainly SAP, IS Oil, and few MES track for Nayara Energy Limited.
Great. We
That's
have
all
Mr.
from me,
Satya
and we look forward.
also joining from Canada.
Yeah, so Satya is our CIO. So, yeah.
And from extreme south, now we have MRPL. So MRPL, you can introduce your team.
Maybe Sandeep, maybe first let's start with the Naira. Let's everybody
Yeah.
Naira
Yeah,
introduce. Then we go one by one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
so yeah, the Satyaran Singh here, that side. So, I've been managing this IT function last 6.5 months now, since Vikas left. So I manage the entire refinery marketing corporate here and EPS IST, among other functions. So as you might be knowing that, I've joined this company since, from Wipro, where where I spent more than a decade there. And my experience goes, I work with companies like IBM, TCS, Wipro, prior to this company. And I am there with this company last over 6 years. And this is my seventh year in Nayara. So that's all about me. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you. This is Narendra from Nayara. Basically, I am the SAP functional consultant, looking the sales and operations and IS oil and gas. So I've been in this company almost since 12 years. I joined in this company 2010. I've been continued since 2010 in this company.
Great. So can we have MRPL? Manoj? Manojji?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, from extreme. We now shift to south, extreme south. Yeah. So MRPL team. You are on mute, Sharatji.
Yeah, sorry. So good morning, everyone. Yeah, I am Sharad Budale, heading the IT department of MRPL. I've been working in MRPL for about now 25 plus years. So my association with SAP and Manoj, Mukesh for a long time. So looking forward this session, as we are also planning to, migrate to some kind of cloud solution now. So very interesting topics are listed today. I'm looking forward for the session. Yeah. I have with me, I think, Mr. Sridhar and Shiv Shankar. Sridhar is heading the SAP in MRPL, and Shiv Shankar is also a part of our core team. So that's all from MRPL.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. This is Sridhar. Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. So from MRPL, we moved to Gujarat, and we have got representation from Opal, I think also Gujarat Gas. So Opal, Gujarat Gas.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. This is Nandakumar Yev. I am managing the SAP operations at ONGC Petroleum Opal. We are also now on the roadmap for the S4 HANA migration. So it would be, we are also looking forward to the RISE session, especially on the RISE session and the other related aspects. So again, I'm happy to connect with the Indus Forum. We have had interactions with Mr. Manoj and other team members from HMEL. In good partnership which we had earlier for quite a few issues which we had in some deliberations which we had. So I think it would be a good session to attend. And I have with me our team, Mr. Bhaskar, Devashish, Hemal and Umang. Hemal.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Nandakumar.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Thanks. Yeah. I think Gujarat Gas is still joining. So Gujarat Gas would be joining in some time. So we can, and GSPC who also has told that they are joining. So maybe we give them some time to join. So we can go to.
Maybe we have friends from HPCL now.
HPCL, BPCL, IOCL, we can finish it. And then we go to Oil India, NRL. Yeah. So HPCL, Kapilji, we can see Kapilji. So Kapilji, over to you.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Kapil.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Manojji, Sandeep. So my name is Kapil Tekchandani, and we are from here, ERP modernization team, onto the journey of SAP S4 HANA, started from May 2021. So we are just midway through here. So look forward to some fruitful interactions and the guidance from the peer oil companies. So that's all from my side.
Yeah, thank you, Kapil. Kapil, anyone from HPCL has joined? If they want, they can introduce
Yeah,
themselves.
Prasanna and Rajesh Upadhyay, I can see two of the guys over here. Rajesh, Prasanna, you can introduce yourself.
Prasanna, we cannot hear you.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yeah, now it's better.
Prasanna Khare from HPCL. We are supporting refinery operations and looking forward to inputs what we can do better when we are going for this S4HANA journey. A lot of things look possible now with our present ERP system. We have background of present ERP system. There were some limitations, so we are looking forward to the ways how we can manage it in this S4HANA implementation. So eagerly looking forward to more such interactions through this forum. And thank you, Manojji, for we have been in touch quite a few times for so many topics. So looking forward to more interactions like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasanna.
So we have a large team from BPCL. So Sharma sir is there. LB Sharma sir is there. A very known and popular face. So Sharma sir, over to you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sandeep and SAP team. My name is LB Sharma. I head infrastructure and operation and data center. I have been part of SAP journey since beginning, since 99 onwards. I am basically from a technology background basis, erstwhile called, and that's also looking forward for the interesting discussion today, as per the schedule. Thank you.
Anyone else from BPCL, sir?
I think that.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Sanjita here from Bharat Petroleum. Good morning. So I'm looking after the process side of ERP and just looking forward to experience sharing by various organizations in their journey in HANA.
Thank you.
Indian Oil said that they are joining in sometime. So maybe we can give them. Quadros is also there. So Quadros, over to you.
You are on mute, Quadros. You are on mute, Quadros.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I'm Quadros here. So I'm looking after this from inception. I'm here since 2000. Seen many upgrades, etc. So now the journey of HANA, which I think so everybody is keen, every organization is keen, and including us. So we are just working towards it, how to go about it with different partners and all, understanding the process of it. So this session, which is there on HANA by NRL, I think so this will give insight to us how this journey of HANA was taken by them. And some clues will take it from that, and maybe it could be used in our process of migrating to HANA. So I'm looking forward for the session here, and thanks.
And Quadros is a veteran of, I will say, in many of the processes. So organizations can reach out to him and personally in case if they have to know how it can be configured in SAP. I also take certain clues from him till today. So Now, Manojji, your team, and then we move to Northeast.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. My name is Manoj Kumar. I am the head of information technology at HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, and it's been more than 12 years for me at HMEL. So I take care of, as part of INDUS, I'm the board member of INDUS and take care of the special interest group for oil and gas as well. So good to interact with you and hope to have this session productive for all of us. And maybe the next session I would, if everything goes well, we may do it in person.
Great. So we now go to
I guess to my team from HML, my other colleagues have joined, Kushandra, Abhishek.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Abhishek Sankomalla, and I am the lead SAP over here in HML, and 12 years, more than 12 years, along with Manojji, I'm working in the IT department over here. Thanks.
So I think team from GSPC has also joined. If GSPC team, if you want to please introduce yourself. Okay, I think GSPC will come. He's having a trouble with his mic, so let us give some time. And so NRL, Numaligarh, and then Oil India, we can start.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Sanjeev Tigade from NRL. I head the IT department. My colleague, Mr. Mriganka Sharma, will share NRL's SAP S/4HANA journey in this session. I look forward to this interaction, and I think it will be fruitful. Thank you.
Good morning to all. I am Mriganka Sharma from Numaligarh Refinery Limited. So I have been associated with the journey of SAP in Numaligarh. So I was the part of the team member when we implemented SAP in 2005. Recently, we upgraded our system to S/4HANA, and we have went live February this year. So I was part of that team also. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And now we have Oil India team. So Oil India, if you can introduce yourself.
Good morning. I am Maushami Dekar, presently heading ERP department. Previously, I was heading IT department. Recently, I have taken over the charge. And thanks to Manojji and Sandeepji for making me part of this INDUS group. This is the first time interaction with all of you. And I have seen the topics, and it's for me, it's very interesting because we are in the process of our next program journey towards S/4HANA. So looking forward, thank you.
Yeah. So Manojji, anything on INDUS if you want to share, and then probably we can start.
So maybe I brief about INDUS. So INDUS is a non-profit body which we call for India user group of SAP. It is for SAP customers, to represent those user group with SAP, for if they have some grievances or if they want to communicate something to SAP. So this body takes care. So it is governed by the board of the members, and currently our chairman is Mr. Vijay Sethi, and other CIOs from various other companies, are the board members. And under this, we have special interest group. So special interest group, let's say today, this special interest group for oil and gas, then the same kind of a structure is there for automobiles, pharma. So at an industry level also we collaborate. And the idea is to share their experience, what they have done. And, so that other members who are in their journey, they can take the, the advantage, because ultimately we come from the same industry. So a lot of things are shared. Sometimes we need, if we get really stuck in the problem, so, we can reach out to each other for, getting some answers of our problem or the way we are thinking. So that's the purpose of INDUS. It's a community so that we come together and collaborate. I think that's the purpose of this interest group. And we are doing a lot of events also. So up till now, for past 2 years, all the events were virtual, but now slowly we are moving to the physical events. Like in the special interest group for oil and gas, We had couple of these meetings at BPSL office, IOCL, HMEL, in the NAIRA office also. So maybe the next meeting, if everyone agrees, maybe one of us can be volunteer to host that meeting in person, because I believe, of course, virtual it's good. It's not that okay, it hampers or the productivity is there, but in person when we meet, lot things get settled. So maybe let's plan for the next meeting in person. If any company wants to be volunteer, we all happily to be in their office for a day to meet. So once again, on behalf of Indus, I welcome you all and looking forward for this session. Yes, Sandeep, we can start.
Yeah. So the agenda today, a little bit change in the order it will happen. So the overall agenda today is that we would take you through what is RISE, which is the latest offering, which SAP is suggesting to the customer so that they can move fast forward on their innovation journey, which will be taken by Pushkar Bhat. We kept it at a first, but Pushkar is facing some piece of his laptop issues and he's trying to resolve. So Mriganka Sharma ji from NRL would be sharing the NRL story of how they had gone with S4. So Mriganka ji would first start with, he would be the first one to start, and then Pushkar would join by the time his laptop would be ready. And then we have a session from TeamViewer who would be speaking on how you can do a remote asset inspection or do the training virtually through augmented reality. And last, we have a speaker from BCG who would be advising us on, because of the current scenario which is going on, how the organization should restructure their digital strategies so that they can basically align with the overall environment which is happening. So without much of a delay, I would request Mriganka ji to start his session. So Mriganka ji, I will give you the presentation rights also. Quickly, I will give you the presentation rights so that you can. So Mriganka ji is from Numaligarh Refinery. They are I will say in India, they are the first organization to have gone with a single step S4 HANA migration. Mriganka, you have joined now. You are still there now.
Yeah. I'm there. Just allow me to share my screen.
On the panel. Anyone can see Mriganka Sharma ji. So from SAP side, kindly do admit him. I am also looking at it. Can you see Mriganka Sharma ji? Okay, I got it.
Yeah, Sandeep is there in this.
He came to the entire. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Mriganka, now it is reverse. The time seems.
Is my screen visible to all?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Yeah. Very good morning to all. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of Indus Oil and Gas as SIG lead to take the NRL's case of its journey towards intelligent enterprise S4 HANA. I'm Mriganka Sharma from Numaligarh Refinery Limited. So the agenda covered in this presentation are ERP journey of NRL. So thereafter journey towards S4 HANA. A snapshot of the systems that we have integrated with SAP system, the conversion challenges to S4 HANA that we faced, S4 HANA conversion phases that we went through at NRL, the conversion methodology that we followed, the project hurdles that we encountered and we overcame during the project, handling of change management, improvements that we have observed in S4 HANA over ECC, and our experiences and learnings from this project we have presented in the forum critical success factors. So since inception, actually, NRL has been doing its business transactions in ERP system. So initially we had Ramco Systems Limited, which we implemented in 2000, and thereafter we migrated to SAP system in the year 2005. So our SAP system was integrated with many peripheral systems like terminal automation systems used in the marketing terminals for loading the tank trucks, tank wagons, or pipeline transport. Similarly, IP21 process historian to get the process-related data into SAP, mostly temperature, density, and tank level for doing the stock accounting at SAP. Banking system for receiving payment from the customers and making payment to our vendors are few to mention. So over the year, we have established synergies with the oil companies, both upstream and downstream, using SAP platform in the form of B2B. So now we receive indents for loading tank trucks from our OMCs and other oil companies. And similarly, our invoices are also transmitted to our customers' SAP and ERP system using B2B platform. So first upgrade of SAP we did in the year 2011 to ESP4. Subsequently, SAP was upgraded to ESP8 in the year 2017 to make the system ready for adoption of GSP. So recently, we have migrated to HANA, S4 HANA 2020 version, and we went live in February this year. So our journey to S4 HANA started in the year 2019 when a team members from SAP India visited Numaligarh, Assam to interact with the user community at Numaligarh. So these discussions were there at what modifications or improvement can be done in ECC platform. But during these discussions, after getting the requirements from the users, it was suggested that it is better to go for HANA platform rather than doing any improvement in ECC system, and which was in alignment with our digital roadmap of NRL. But the apprehension at that time was whether all the functionalities that we were doing in ECC, whether these are available in HANA platform or not. So IS Oil is a component, being oil company which we are using extensively, and it was available in HANA platform since 2017. So then it became a case for us to ponder upon going for HANA, since all the functionalities, as we're told, that were available in HANA, which we are doing in ECC. And at that time, HANA 2018 version was released, which was a quite stable version. And the discussion also happened whether to go for single-step migration or to follow the two-step migration, because at that time, many companies in India were doing only database migration to HANA, leaving the application components aside. But since all our functionalities which we are doing in ECC were available in the 2018 version of HANA, so it became a case for us to go for single-step migration to S4 HANA. So we made a plan for this migration and made the presentation to all the user communities, especially to the departmental heads, and which was accepted by them. And subsequently, it was presented to our management with a project plan. And our management was kind enough to accord the proposal. Finally, SAP Services was chosen as the implementation partner for S4 HANA conversion at Numaligarh with a project duration of 9 months. This is a snapshot of the systems that we have integrated with SAP. So at that time, we were skeptical whether upgrading the system from ECC to S4 HANA, this compatibility will be there or not with the peripheral systems. Because if any compatibility is lost, and if the suppose the communication with any of the system is lost, then the functionalities under that system or that interface will not be available. And we integrated this system to reduce the transactional load in the respective areas to the extent possible. And our manpowers were also rationalized on the strength of these interfaces. But most of the interfaces were done using the web services and RFCs, and these experts also told us that these are manageable and these are compatible in S4HANA. That gave us an additional comfort for going for S4HANA. The conversion challenges at that point of time were that this COVID-19 pandemic was at its peak. So traveling restrictions were there across the country, and lockdowns were there, and lockdowns were prolonged in the state of Assam. So people could not move. So since we have to meet the target of 9 months, so we decided to kickstart the project in remote mode. But eventually, right from kickoff till go live, all the activities happen in remote mode only. So the challenges were because we have to conduct meetings through Microsoft Teams. So gathering people were also took a lot of effort because at our end also people were scattered because we had to follow the COVID-related norms and protocols. The high customization in ECC system to carry forward these customizations to S4HANA without deteriorating the performances was also a matter of concern for us at that point of time. And our SAP system, as I showed in the previous slide, was integrated with multiple systems. And for some of the customized processes, there were certain key users and who were accustomed with the transactional processes under that customized process. So getting their time was also took a lot of time. So the conversion phases that we followed at Numaligarh during the project are this pre-conversion, conversion, and post-conversion. So pre-conversion, as it is the initial stage. So we when the compatibility of the components, different components in ECC for HANA migration was checked, and data consistency was also carried out. Extensive data set was done. During conversion phase, use the software upgrade upgrade tool, upgrade manager tool. Carried out the performance release upgrade. Install the enhancement packages, applied the support packages, installation of add-ons, and finally this conversion was done to S4HANA from ECC. Post conversion, the custom code compatibility is so that we have to do some tuning of the custom codes so that we get the desired performance in HANA environment. So this was done, and extensive test was carried out by the users placed at different places during the UAT phase. The conversion methodology we followed during the project. First, we copied the ECC production and created a mock system, mock 1, converted the ECC to mock 1 as for HANA. We carried out only the unit testing in mock 1. So whatever changes were created, so transport requests were created against those changes. So it took almost 2 months. So after that, we did take another snapshot of the ECC at that point of time and created the mock 2. So whatever tiers created during mock 1 were transported to mock 2, and there we did the integration testing in mock 2. And any changes done there, for those changes also tiers were created. And after that, we started the conversion of dev server ECC dev to S4HANA. and thereafter, the ECC production was also converted to S4HANA. So after go live, actually we copied the ECC, your S4HANA production to S4HANA quality server. So there is a period of almost 1 month, which is hard freeze, so no changes were allowed. So to take care of any statutory changes which may come up at that point of time, we created a temporary dev server of ECC and created the transport route through that temporary dev server. And we made only 1 or 2 changes related to that. So which and later on subsequently we made these changes in HANA development server manually. So some of the project hurdles that we encountered during the execution, GE Meridian Asset Performance Management APM connector we found as incompatible on S/4HANA 2020 version during the pre-conversion phase. And also we found discrepancy in quality conversion interface, which we were doing using API C code routine in ECC. So that we came to know during post-conversion when we started testing the system. So we landed up in a situation of go and no go at that point of time. So what we did actually, we decided to convert this system to HANA without APM connectors. So we uninstalled the APM connector component there, and so we went ahead with the conversion. And parallelly, we pursued with the GE to develop S4 HANA 2020 version compatible connector for us. And after getting their confirmation, we placed the PO. And finally, we could get it done. And for quantity conversion, quantity where bulk calculation solution, this is the only recommended solution of SAP for S/4HANA for quantity conversion. We explored that, and also we could get that package in our system. So handling the change management is also essential in such projects. So actually, formal budgeting is not supported in S/4HANA. So during the execution period, we had to migrate to budget control system. And similarly, customers and vendors are converted to business partners. So this XD01, SK01, these transactions are not supported. So BP-related transactions we have to use in S/4HANA. Similarly, in SD, actually, credit management, customer credit management, which earlier in ECC was part of SD function. Now in SAP, it has been shifted to financial supply chain management. So understanding the processes and changes that have happened in S/4HANA and transactions and acquaintance of this transaction for the users was also a challenge. Actually, we conducted several rounds of trainings to the users, and also the checks and controls which were there in ECC in this area. So we have to carry these changes forward in S/4HANA. We have to do extensive testing also in HANA so that these checks and controls work fine there. Also. So we try to automate the transaction to the extent possible to reduce the transactional load for better acceptance by the users, and conducted the user training at different stages, and several rounds of trainings were also conducted. So some of the improvements that we have observed in HANA platform over ECC, the transaction processing has become faster compared to ECC, and we have seen some visible improvement in speed in report generation. HANA, we feel that it's a platform with capability for developing analytical reporting, and we feel it's a beginning of another journey for intelligent enterprise, and try to leverage this foundation to realize more benefits. We'll try to adopt more of the use cases in future so that we can get benefit out of this. Lastly, our experiences actually we have presented here in the form of critical success factors. So what we feel that preparation of the project plan with proper milestone is very important, especially when we have to work in a remote mode. There are a lot of coordination is required among the team members. So centralization of resources so that we can adhere to the timelines. This is also important. If any suppose milestone is missed, then how we can make up in the subsequent time period. That is also very important. And what we feel that there should be a contingency plan to handle any media crisis during project execution, because this is actually we are the sufferer for this. Since we this APM connector and PCI converter, we found problem actually while going to HANA. So in handling this contingency, think this involvement of support services like finance and commercial is also very important, so that these commercial processes get faster to meet the timeline. And there should be top-driven monitoring of the progress of the project at different times, and several reviews should happen. And involvement of the business users for scenario testing is very important. And many of the times, actually, we found that the business users were busy for their regular work. We could not get their times also. So we feel that knowledge of the core team members on the business process is very important, so that without the business users also, we can carry forward. And very important is the skill set of the implementing agency for resolving the technical issues timely is also very important for such projects. So this is our learning about from this project. I thank you all for your patient hearing.
Yeah, team, any questions?
Yeah, hi Mriganka, this is Satya here from Naira. When you said that, the processing speed is increased, or, the performance of your, compared to ECC, what is that in terms of the percentage? How do you quantify that?
Suppose I'll take about this DESPAS report. So suppose daily we are generating almost 600 invoices. So we found that in ECC, if we have to generate the report for 1 month, it took almost 10 to 15 minutes, depending on the system load. Now that report we can generate even less, sometimes less than 1 minute or maximum 1.5 minutes.
Okay.
So similarly in transactions also, we could automate many of the transactions that transactions have become faster. We got the feedback even from the users also.
Okay. So how did you manage the G transaction codes when you migrated to the S/4HANA?
That is actually compatibility in S/4HANA. We have to check and we have to carry out the extensive testing. That is why I mentioned that the skill set of the implementing agency is also required actually. So that when we compared the processing of the G transactions with ECC, any tuning if it is required to make this system, this codes compatible on S/4HANA, that can be done. And thorough testing is required.
Yeah, hi Mriganka. I think have you found any scenario where you feel that in earlier version, like in ECC, which you have customized, but then in S4 HANA, it was available out of the box. I mean, it was a part of standard solutions. Or do you have any kind of workshop or session with SAP team where he analyze your existing solutions and then they come up with the recommendation that these are the pieces which is customized, but if you go with for HANA, this will be part of standard solutions?
No, we did not find any such things actually. So whatever processes that we had in ECC, so we carried forward those processes as it is. But we made changes in in HANA, and where we got some improvement in the processing speed. Because in ECC also our processes were, especially in case of SV, it was highly customized. So our right from indenting to the invoicing, these processes are almost automated using the task interface. So these transactions happen at the background because users don't have to do the transactions. It's event driven actually.
That's right. Yeah. Just to suggestion to Sandeep and Mukesh, if you guys, if the oil and gas customers, especially where there are many pieces like supply by rail or supply by road. If you do not have TM in place, then they need to do a lot of customizations. In fact, especially for rail, the entire process needs to be customized. So, do you have a kind of a session with the potential customer who are on ECC and willing to move or come to that S4 HANA? Are you planning to have kind of a session with them? That these are the business processes which can be managed through standard in S4.
Noted point, Dilip. So Dilip ji, we will probably do it in the special session and with all the users, especially in the downstream, so that we can also share what is there, which can be used.
Thank you, Sandeep,
Yeah,
Manoj ji.
Mriganka, this is Nandakumar here. How much was the downtime? Like how much time did it you to take for migrating from the production to SAP S/4HANA?
It was almost 48 hours actually. We took this downtime in the weekend. It started actually in the Saturday, your Friday night after the completion of the loading, and this system was ready Sunday before midnight, and we could do some transactional report we could do even before Monday morning.
Okay, so the operations were down for that 48 hours.
Maximum 48 hours.
Okay.
One question, Nandakumarji. Hello. Yeah, can you just give some inputs on IP21 interface with, or how stock accounting was handled for IP21 and coming into SAP? What was done on that? Can you just do something?
Now, from IP28, the DCS system and other systems, actually from those systems, data are coming to IP21. This is a process historian. From IP21, we are taking this data mostly related to your tank level, tank temperature, and density. And in silo management also, we are using those data for doing the stock accounting. Yes. We are using this BAPI, mostly BAPIs for doing the stock accounting, posting the movement in SAP.
Means the mass balance, this numbers were only for the reporting inventory, or actually the transactions are also booked, like suppose any shipments or any receipts are there, they are also booked in SAP, or they are done, all these things are done in IP21, means in that system and only posted here.
No, IP21 is not a transactional system. It's a process historian only. There are tags corresponding to the equipment actually. So in those tags actually, the values are updated at a duration of suppose 2 minutes. So which is timestamp. So whenever we have to update any movement in SAP against the tank movement, so we can take the data, tank level, tank temperature, and density from IP21 and carry out the posting in SAP. Bookstock we can update in SAP using those data.
So just one on that. Was it done as a standard SAP thing, or any dashboard or something was developed for this in SAP side?
No, it was not a standard of SAP. Actually, we developed it in this interface with IP21.
Okay. For interface, it was some Pico was used, or it was done through MII or something, or simple web service?
Web service.
Okay.
Most of the web interfaces we have developed using web service, and in some cases RF service.
Okay, thank you.
So in the interest of time, yes, so probably you can post your question on the chat. There's a message from Ashok Kumar ji for Mriganka ji. He said, please share few inputs on team sizing. I think by team sizing, he's meaning the IT team sizing or the business team sizing. You can give certain inputs on how we do work.
Okay, Sandeep, so I'm online now. There's Pushkar over here. My apologies.
Okay, Pushkar, yeah. Just give 1 minute. We are just finishing the last question, and then Pushkar will go. Yeah, any inputs on the team sizing?
Team sizing for this project execution?
Yeah.
Yeah, from NRL side, actually, as a core team member, it was very few. We are almost 6 people who are constantly working in this project. And from user community also for testing the scenarios, we hired people at different point of time. But of course, we got the support from the implementing partner, SAP India. We are doing the migration.
Thanks a lot, Mriganka.
Sandeep.
Yeah.
Can we have something on
Sandeep, sorry?
All this quantity calculation portion, Mriganka told about that in ECC, they were using C routine, but in S4HANA, they have changed to quantity where So any customization or it was directly it was compatible with the S/4HANA system?
No, there are actually, after getting the package from them, we have to do some customized configuration in.
I'm also following up on that.
So in our case, it was done by SIG with the help of some of their consultants from Europe, from Germany.
Got it. I understand.
Then will it be possible, because that's a question which is coming from BPCL and also IOCL on some of the changes which had to be, which the organization should do when they are going on quantity ware. So with NRL, whatever, so we can circulate to all of them, because that would be an essential part for all of the organizations. So maybe we will take it as an action item. We will circulate. Udan, you are there?
Yeah, Sandeep, we can do that. I think that's a good question, because even NGC has been asking
This
for it,
question
right?
is from this question is from IOCL. Similarly, same question had come from also Mr. Quattro. So probably we can touch base and we can understand, and then we can circulate basically a paper what has to be taken care, and what are the special tuning which needs to be done, which the organization would factor in their project plan.
Sandeep, thank you, Mriganka ji, because it would be required. Quantity wares, how this integration has.
Yeah, we will do that, because in today's session we had just wanted to give an overview, but these points are valid, and in the chat also I can see a lot of points. So I will summarize, and then probably we will have an action item. One action item is definitely on with Udan, we would do that. Another action item, Dilip Trivedi said that what is that some of the things which in ISOL which has recently been come, and we can do a special session. And there are certain points which I am seeing on the chat. I will aggregate it, get certain things answered by Mriganka ji in the interest of time. And some things we will do a special session. We will have a small special session for 1 hour maybe after collating all the points and going ahead. So thanks, Mriganka ji, for the session. It was quite interesting, and I see a lot of questions are coming. So I will share with you all the questions, and whatever possible, kindly to answer, so that if possible, if you can see the chat, you may respond on the chat. Or
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
there are a
lot of
queries are coming.
Yeah, you can respond on the chat, so that it is available to all, and we'll share you all the questions and the answers to all, so that it is clear. So in the interest of the time, our next session would be taken. We are moving ahead, and thanks for all the responses and the positive interaction. And thanks, Mriganka ji, for the session. Yeah. Now the next session is on.
Thank you.
Yeah. When Mriganka ji and NRL had gone for S4, probably at that time SAP didn't have the offering. Otherwise, today maybe we may be also speaking that with RISE how much they may have given. But yes, definitely next time, next opportunity, we will have another one. So SAP has recently come out with an offering called RISE. There is a lot of interest on it, and people are trying to understand that what can be done, how it can be done. And so I have invited the best expert in India on RISE, which is Pushkar Bhat. And Pushkar, the floor is yours. We have all the oil and gas companies who are mostly in ECC, or maybe in ECC on Oracle, or ECC on Suite on HANA, waiting to move to S4 HANA. And also we have discussed with them on RISE. They have lots of queries. So maybe the floor is yours, and you can take maybe questions in between, or how you can adjust it. But the floor is yours for next 45 to 50 minutes. You are not audible, Pushkar. Not yet. You are still not audible. No, we cannot hear you. It's showing you over here that you are on mute.
Okay, am I audible now?
Now you are audible. Yeah. Over to you.
Okay. So thanks everyone, and thanks to the entire INDUS community for giving us the opportunity to go ahead and speak on RISE with SAP. I'm going to go ahead and have a couple of slides which talk about what are the core fundamentals behind RISE with SAP, the motivation as to why SAP brought this, what is the, what does it go ahead and deliver. More important, as we've been working with customers, both large as well as small, what have been the sources of benefit that customers have gone ahead and got out of moving to RISE. And most important, there will be sure a lot of question around licensing, particularly in the context of cloud. So we will try and cover some of these. So I'm going to be brief in terms of my slides, but what I will try and do is that cover the basic tenets of what this offering is all about and why we have gone about going ahead and creating it. So Sandeep, if you can just let me know once you see my screen, then we will take it from there.
Yeah, screen is visible. Sure, you are audible.
So essentially what we are going ahead and talking about is, the fact that over the last couple of years, I think we've all seen unprecedented change. Companies have moved from running in on-premise data centers into the cloud. And, people have also been going ahead and moving into remote working, have been therefore looking at changing their processes, using data more effectively. But most important, the pandemic has also gone ahead and unfortunately, disrupted the traditional way of working for a lot of companies, and therefore there is also a fundamental relook in terms of the business models of the future, correct? And this is also coming out very clearly from a study that KPMG went ahead and delivered a couple of years ago, which said that, the title of it was very aptly Destination Unknown, where about 79% of the customers told us that, connecting the operations with the business is something that is absolutely critical, because that is going ahead and driving the customer experience overall. So ensuring that the front office and the back office is in sync is something that is important. The need to use data and analytics to not only drive more meaningful decisions, but also to go ahead and drive automation, correct, is something that is becoming, again, extremely important. So use of data and analytics for driving strategy, driving operations, and driving automation. And then the third is, how are you going to go ahead and relook at your processes? Because the processes that you designed and put in place in 1999 and 2000, or 2005 are obviously begging for a change in today's world. And so that brings me to how SAP thought of that we will go ahead and deliver on this. We said that we will essentially go ahead and deliver this by delivering on a few key offerings. The first and foremost is the business networks, which used to be basically personified by Ariba, but over the last many years, there are multiple more offerings that have come in. There is Concur for travel and expense management. Fieldglass is becoming very important for contract workforce management. There are a lot of companies that are adopting that in India. Logistics business network is also going and seeing a massive expansion. Asset intelligence network, and then most important, things like digital supply network, which is enabling seamless collaboration with the vendors, where you just want to go ahead and exchange documents, but may not want to be getting into the entire procure to pay kind of activity which Ariba goes ahead and does. Besides this, another area of importance that has emerged over the last many years has been around business process intelligence. So, there has always been an ask from the CIO saying that while you are going and delivering a lot of technology related important, upgrades, and there are functional upgrades that are coming in, can you go ahead and make it very contextual to me and tell me what is it that I need to go ahead and change? And BPI in many which ways was a way by which SAP said that we will be able to help you analyze your process logs, map it back into the different business processes, the variants that exist within the organization, identify the specific bottlenecks that exist at the process step level, and tell you that these are the interventions that are actually required, at each of these steps. Further on, some of these interventions are not going to be limited, unique to you. some of these interventions will be something that will be required by a vast majority of people. So SAP, working with its partners, is also going ahead and creating an entire marketplace where, you know, the partner solutions or SAP solutions are available for you to go ahead and deploy specific and automate specific process steps. Experience management is again critical. We've seen this happen being used extensively in the area of HR, but today we also go ahead and see this being used in the entire P2P cycle, as also, you know, the entire you know, the customer facing engagements that we have. Now, S/4HANA as an intelligent suite has also gone ahead and matured significantly since 2015 when it was actually rolled out. And many of the customers who initially went on to suite on HANA have been looking at, you know, taking the next step and migrating across into S4. And if you are looking at that particular step, then RISE sort of becomes a nice segue for you to also go ahead and ensure that you have a mechanism of going ahead and operating this, managing this in a much more reliable, resilient, and a secure manner. SAP similarly is also going ahead and creating industry cloud solutions which go ahead and pick on niche capabilities that specific segments of the industry require. And these are being again created as API-based frameworks so that, you know, you can go ahead and integrate and leverage these irrespective of the version of the ERP that you are on. Sustainability is again a hot topic, and this is fundamentally changing your sector, changing the business model, and in fact what you deliver itself is getting changed in today's context. So we see a lot of companies today going and diversifying beyond the traditional energy sources into more reliable, renewable and green energy sources. And then finally, you know, there is a need for a business technology platform that can go ahead and power all of this. So there is the BTP platform. And what we said was that, hey, can we go ahead and bring a path for each of our customers so that they can go ahead and adopt the various different layers based on their specific requirements, based on the specific industry or functional requirements that come up, or, you know, for that matter, a technology requirement that they go ahead and have. And with keeping that in mind, we said that we need to have a flexible mechanism of helping our customers transform, recognizing the fact that each customer has a different starting point. So one size fit all will not go ahead and work. Therefore, in most cases, the RISE journeys for each of our customers are different. Their value levers are slightly different. Their adoption plans are equally different. So when I look at, for example, an Ola Electric that came to us, you know, Ola used to be a customer who used to go ahead and run on Oracle apps for their current business of ride shares. Okay, but when they wanted to get into this entire electrical vehicles business, they required an ERP which will be able to go ahead and give them not only the industry best practices but also the next practices. And to that extent, they went ahead and adopted SAP, and we are actively working with them to essentially ensure that they are able to go ahead and not only deliver on their promise of delivering those EVs on time, but also go ahead and scale and adopt the best practices in the EV space, even as they go ahead and focus on their business. We have also gone ahead and seen examples of well-established companies, and I will name a couple of them. Mahindra, which had a fairly large set of their own IT, which existed, but they decided that, as they go ahead and pivot into being more of a digital organization, they needed to go ahead and create bandwidth within IT so that they can focus on the innovations rather than keeping lights on. So how do they go ahead and re-provision the resources, retrain them and redeploy them? What they had to do was go ahead and say that I have about 225 people who are going ahead and helping me keep lights on. can SAP go ahead and pick up the entire SAP applications workload, run it, operate it, manage it for me, while I take all of these headcounts or these people, redeploy them into what really goes ahead and delivers value to my end customer. That is the various group companies that existed, whom corporate IT is going ahead and servicing. Similarly, HCL has gone ahead and taken up a similar kind of a transformation, and a couple of months ago in the month of May, in fact, early May, they went live. So they are again an organization which had the wherewithal to go ahead and not only go ahead and run their own instance, but also manage it for a lot of others. But again, a similar need to go ahead and focus on innovations drove them to go ahead and look at Rise with SAP. So Rise with SAP in many which ways is not just an upgrade. It is in fact, helping you drive digital transformation at your own terms, at your own timeline. So effectively, we go ahead and work with each of our large customers, creating the specific roadmaps that they have, in discussion with their functional leaders, their business leaders, as well as the IT leaders and stakeholders within the organization. And this is all sort of evolved over a period of time. So, the important point to note is that Rise was not something that suddenly came up in 2020. It has been sort of evolving in a different avatar in the past. But then, when we started bringing together certain critical elements to ensure that we are able to drive this transformation, we created a compelling value proposition for our customers. So the story goes back to 2013 when we introduced HANA Enterprise Cloud, where SAP customers could go ahead and bring in their ERP licenses in a BYOL model and ask SAP to go ahead and run it, manage it, operate it for them. In 2016, we started our initial discussions with the hyperscalers, realized as we started getting into the deployments with them that there were gaps in the abilities of each of the hyperscalers which needed to be addressed. So we co-innovated with them, worked with them to ensure that the clouds were ready and resilient for hosting an enterprise application like SAP. That was not a one-year short project, depending upon the hyperscaler. This took us a couple of years, in certain cases even, I would say 4 years before we were able to go ahead and get an extremely stable service out over there. And in Q4 of 2020, we went ahead and said that we will go ahead and launch SAP HANA Enterprise Advanced Edition. And with that, we also went ahead and said that we will bring in SAP S/4HANA Cloud Private Cloud Edition. And this sort of transformed and morphed into Rise with SAP, where today what we are going ahead and delivering is S/4HANA as a service to our customers. And when we go ahead and say S/4HANA, we obviously go ahead and include into that the whole bunch of surround applications, be it GRC, transportation management, EWM, the new avatar of process orchestration, that is HANA, SAP integration suite, so on and so forth. All of this is today possible because we have, over the last many years, created a workload-specific reference architecture focused on reliability, resilience, and security. We have a cloud context architecture where we know what native capabilities of the different clouds that we want to go ahead and leverage, and which are the areas where we would want to go ahead and bring in, other capabilities or other solutions to ensure that the availability is not compromised and the portability across multiple clouds is also taken care of, thereby giving you the choice of moving from one cloud to another every time you go ahead and either enter into that particular contract or renew that particular contract. We also have cloud and application native backup mechanisms, whereby for each solution, depending upon the nature of the solution, we have the appropriate, cloud and application native backups. And this ensures not only the resilience of that data, so that data is available in case something goes wrong. But more important, it is also ensuring that we are going ahead and storing this in a geo-redundant way, so that in an inadvertent event of an entire region getting wiped out for a hyperscaler, we still have the capability of going ahead and retrieving the business data down to the last 30 minutes and ensuring that our customers can continue their operations from there on. At this point in time, and this is a slightly dated slide, but I will sort of talk you through some of the numbers. We are going ahead and managing close to about, I would say 95,000 SIDs individually, both productive and non-productive, using this reference architecture. Within India, there are about 150 plus customers who have already adopted RISE with SAP. Most important, what I can go ahead and say is that our average availability at an application level has been at a 99.996 to a 997, fluctuates on a monthly basis, but that's the kind of application availability that we've been able to go ahead and deliver on a continuous basis. And most important, given the fact that we are going ahead and already running 95,000 plus technical instances, also requires that we go ahead and take the man out of these some of these services. So close to 98% of the entire management of this particular backend cloud infrastructure is absolutely and completely automated, and to that extent, is not dependent on a specific set of individuals being available at that point in time. Moving on, this is one of the reasons why we go ahead and say that RISE is not just an upgrade, it is actually a new way of working, because number one, there is a simplified offering that is available. Working with our partners, we've gone ahead and said that these are the activities that SAP will go ahead and take up. These are the activities that customers need to take up either on their own or working with partners. And what some of the partners have effectively done is created services out of these offerings, such that there are outcome-based bundles that are there, which are available at certain fixed costs. Most important, the focus is on accelerated outcomes. So it allows you to go ahead and start small. You want to go ahead and do a rollout of warehouse management or treasury. You can start off with one single unit, of treasury. Go ahead and ensure that that goes, that the development and quality testing is all completed. And once that is done, then throughout to go ahead and ensure that you are going to the actual requirements that your business requires before you stabilize and take up the next functional upgrade. And so with RISE, what we are going ahead and delivering is the SAP S/4HANA Cloud, both public as well as private, as a subscription. The entire infrastructure that is required to go ahead and run, operate, manage this is again bundled into that single contract. You don't pay separately for that. There is a basic capability around business process intelligence that is built in. The custom code analyzer, the SAP readiness checks, and the learning hub are some of the tools that are available to our customers. We have introductory bundles around SAP Business Network Starter Pack, which essentially include asset intelligence network, logistics network, and digital supply network, so that you are able to go ahead and set up a collaboration with your customer or with your partners and ensure that your interactions are absolutely seamless. And then finally, no transformation today can happen in the absence of technology. And so SAP also goes ahead and provides its customers with certain initial capabilities in terms of credits for the business technology platform, which has close to about 93 different services. Now, what I'm going to do is very quickly go to a couple of slides which will sort of cover a couple of key areas. Just give me 1 second as I scroll across to them. And this is going to go ahead and talk about what is the change that is happening as we move into this particular RISE with SAP. So first and foremost, what we are doing is we are changing the way you go ahead and run, operate, manage this particular cloud. Rather than going ahead and saying that you go ahead and liaise with SAP for software and support, infrastructure you work with another partner, technical managed services a third, AMS with a fourth, and advisory and implementation with a fifth. SAP with RISE goes ahead and ensures that the software support, infrastructure management, technical managed services are delivered as one single contract to you by SAP. Okay, and this essentially focuses or allows you to refocus your efforts into AMS and advisory and implementation services, which are essentially critical and necessary, so that you can go ahead and focus on delivering the necessary cloud, or business outcomes that your internal stakeholders have always been asking for. And so within the blue part that we are going ahead and covering, there is a functional scope around SAP software and enterprise support. There are the cloud connectors into Ariba, SuccessFactors, Concur, and IBP, so on and so forth. We have embedded SAP document services for printing. So up to 20 lakh documents have been bundled as a part of the offering itself. You can go ahead and subscribe to various SAP S/4HANA, LOB, and industry add-ons. And then further on, when it comes to partner add-ons, we say that as long as the partner add-on is at the bare minimum SAP certified, we will allow you to go ahead and deploy such an add-on on the SAP S/4HANA private cloud. Besides this, infrastructure management is critical, so we go ahead and ensure that we bring in the flexibility and the scalability and availability that you require. And then there are a bunch of technical managed services that SAP goes ahead and delivers. So keeping in mind the critical tenets of reliability, resilience, and security, high availability and business continuity is built in. We also, depending upon the nature of the enterprise, there are certain customers who go ahead and say that they absolutely require disaster recovery. So we go ahead and ensure that that capability is available for you. There's a clear-cut role and responsibility matrix, and this is also unique because what we go ahead and do is across 46 odd pages, go ahead and describe what all tasks will be required for running an SAP ERP system and the surround applications, and clearly go ahead and articulate as a part of that as to which of these activities is something that SAP will go ahead and take over as a part of its core service offering, which are the activities which will have to be managed or continue to be managed by you, which are the activities which could be delivered by a partner, and there will be certain scenarios where you may expect SAP to go ahead and take up certain things, but the R&R also goes ahead and clearly lays out what SAP will definitely not go ahead and do. So some of these are related to your infrastructure and sort of touching some of the endpoints or managing those endpoints at your DC end for you. But more important, others are related to where critical business decisions need to be taken as far as functional scope is concerned. Now, moving on, there are also a bunch of foundational technical service delivery that actually happens. So whole bunch of services which are required for running this. The entire technical system operations, right from monitoring what is happening at the bare metal all the way up to application, and then ensuring that the necessary remediation happens. The technical landscape deployment, the technical upgrade installation, continuous service delivery and planning, 24/7 service delivery for PRD and 24/5 for non-PRD are again part of the standard scope. The next slide that I'm going to go ahead and any questions at this point, maybe I'll just pause over here since we've covered quite a few of the slides.
Pushkar, Rajiv this side from GAIL.
Yes, sir.
Pushkar, you are talking about only S4 piece on the cloud, and some of the components you said will be shifted to BTP platform actually. What about other SAP landscapes that customer is having for on-premise?
So Rajiv, very good question. You know, while we sort of focused on, and the name of the service is S/4HANA Private Cloud, it actually goes ahead and includes the hosting of all of the other ABAP services or Java services that are, you know, for example, you require an enterprise portal, you may have an EWM, you may have a content, you know, content server, you may be having a process orchestration sitting over there, correct? There could be a CRM server, there could be an SRM server, there could be an EPO that is out over there. All of these different landscapes can be brought into a subscription model. Okay, there are a few exceptions where the clear-cut roadmap moves into the cloud. For example, and you know, OpenText, where you know invoice management, for example, is an add-on, therefore comes onto the S4 platform. But when it comes to the you know, the OpenText archival and document access, that we clearly see customers adopting the public cloud offering from OpenText, which is again on SAP paper. But yeah, leaving those I would say exceptions, most of the other environments can be actually brought in.
And Pushkar, what will happen to the SAP SRM system that like in case of GAIL, we are having SAP SRM system for which there is no roadmap available. So what will happen to
certain scenarios? What happens is that we will support the SAP SRM with a point release which is still supported. You know, for example, I may require a certain specific service pack to ensure that it continues to be supported till 2027. Having said that, I'll give an example with M&M. Okay, what happened was that they also have a SRM system. Their SRM focuses on both direct as well as indirect material. The direct material is very closely linked with their you know, production processes itself. But indirect was clearly a potential candidate to move into Ariba. So even as we continue hosting, managing this SRM instance for them as a part of the overall contract, what we have also gone ahead and initiated with them as a migration to Ariba as a cloud. Correct? And you know, there are questions and queries from government customers saying that we are a PSU, therefore, you know, we will necessarily have to be. So some of those are activities which are ongoing, and as we have, you know, the data privacy related legislation, you know, some of these cloud solutions will also start finding a home within the India geography.
I will request others to go on mute, please. So there is certain background disturbance.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, Pushkar. So what is the roadmap for SAP DMS? Will that also be migrated to some other platform, or will it be supported on the cloud also, the way it is?
Yeah. So for customers who have DMS, that is document management system, you're talking about the MaxDB based system, right?
Correct.
Okay. So answering that question is that we have the capability of taking content server into the cloud, correct? The long-term roadmap for that is SAP Document Services, which is a BTP component, okay, part of the cloud services, a lot more resilient, a lot cheaper to go ahead and run, manage, operate, okay? Or the other option that is there is that there are also customers who are going ahead and moving from the previous content servers into ADA, that is archival and document access by OpenText. Depending upon the size, the complexity of the requirement, the natural, I would say, replacement or the logical replacement for content server is the SAP document services in BTP. But people who want to go beyond that and manage have a lot of rich metadata and processes defined around the document management, you know, the OpenText archiving and document access or the ADA system service goes ahead and delivers, what is required. So we can again work that out.
Thank you, Pushkar.
Any other questions before I continue? Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and take up the last couple of slides that I have before we turn to licensing. Number one is that this is what I spoke of a little earlier in terms of what all is covered, what is not covered. So from an SAP RISE perspective, SAP essentially goes ahead and does the entire technical setup. So right from going ahead and creating that landing zone, designing that VPC, ensuring that you have the right kinds of VMs in place to go ahead and host the specific application instances that you want to move into the cloud, setting up the backup agents, ensuring that you have antivirus, anti-malware protection, ensuring that you have the WAFs and the firewalls, intrusion prevention and detection systems. The works, correct, is essentially something that SAP goes ahead and takes up as a part of the overall SAP S/4HANA private cloud setup itself. Now, for large customers with significant footprints, I have gone ahead and seen that this activity itself is something that is an order of magnitude, anywhere between 800 to 1200 and sometimes even 1500 man days, including the security testing and the testing of the infrastructure, so on and so forth. So it's not a trivial value that is actually being brought in, but a significant capability that we go ahead and bring in over here. Besides this, SAP also takes complete control of the infrastructure operating system and the database management. And this means that we are again responsible for backup, restore, monitoring, security network maintenance, system startup and shutdown, user access management in the context of, who will be the super users, who will have the elevated access, and because the rest of the access management and control is essentially in the hands of the customers at a functional level. And then on top of it, we also go ahead and say that we will ensure that your systems are always green, they are evergreen in a way. So ensuring that the technical updates are applied, the security updates are applied on a periodic basis, be it at the application level, be it at the OS level or the database level, is again something that SAP takes up. Besides this, once you move to SAP S/4HANA and move to the S/4HANA private cloud, SAP also is partially responsible for the release upgrades. So if you want to go ahead and upgrade, say from a 17 or a 1809 or a 1909 to a 2022, correct, version of SAP S/4HANA, you will be responsible for your planning, customer workshops, project management, functional adoption, custom code adoption and testing. But then the entire technical upgrade activity is something that SAP takes up, and we go ahead and deliver this particular upgrade activity when the customer requests for it. It is not as if that we will say that we will be coming to you every couple of days and asking you to do that particular upgrade. But yeah, it is something that you can go ahead and request once every 12 calendar months per SID. All other activities like standard AMS, additional technical services, additional application management services, as well as advisory and implementation services, can typically be delivered by the partners. Okay, and this is something that is important to understand. This is just going a little bit more granular in terms of what we were talking about. So the service management, account management, event detection and notification, incident management, part of the service management itself, basic operations, system startup, shutdown, system installation, HADR, NetWeaver, housekeeping, client operations, system operations are again all part of the basic operations itself. The database management and patching and upgrade is again part of SAP responsibility. The infrastructure management, which includes the physical site management, DC, network management, hardware operations, storage management, operating system, backup restore server, provisioning server management are all again part of SAP. Then your SAP application patching, your database patching, hardware and OS patching, again is part of the standard scope. And finally, the entire security aspects, right from the physical security all the way up to the access checks and audits. Again, SAP goes ahead and essentially takes care of these. So what we're going to now do is quickly turn over into the licensing related questions, which will sort of demystify as to what is available with RISE, with SAP, and you know, effectively how does it sort of work for you. Just give me 1 second as I move across. Yeah. So the overall licensing happens across 4 quadrants, that is the digital user access, or the direct user access, the industry LOB solutions, digital access and infrastructure add-ons. Infrastructure, I think, is a no-brainer because we are operating in an managed cloud environment. You may require, for example, certain pilot systems for going ahead and creating your sandboxes, or you may require some additional disk temporarily during the course of the migration, or you have inorganic M&A and therefore you require additional application servers on an ongoing basis. So customers can go ahead and ask for these either on a short-term or a long-term basis, and SAP essentially provides these as a part of the overall offering. Besides this, there is the direct user access for the digital core. Earlier in core SAP, we used to go ahead and have as many as 16 different user types in ECC. This was brought down to 4 in in S/4HANA on-premise, and has further been rationalized to bring it down to 1 licensing metric and 4 user types in the cloud. So in effect, what we are saying is that we have defined a conversion currency called full usage equivalent, and the full usage equivalent essentially is like a coupon that gets converted into certain specific user types depending on what kind of user you are provisioning. So 2 FUEs will go ahead and give you a developer access. A FUE will go ahead and give you an advanced access. 1 FUE gives you 5 core users, and 1 FUE also gives you 30 self-service users. So in effect, what we are talking about is, with about 64 odd users, we are able to go ahead and deliver close to 285 different users, and this mix can be actually changed dynamically by you, depending upon the user requirements within the organization. So this is just one example of that. Over here you see that total number of users is 70. FUEs have also been deployed. 1:1 is the ratio, and tomorrow you decided that this quantity needs to come down by 10. You can go ahead and do it. And as you do that, you can reallocate these 10 users, the 10 FUEs, and increase the number of core users so that we are going and increasing the total number of users from 7, changing that from 70 to 60 for the advanced use. But by freeing up these 10 users, I'm able to go ahead and add another 50 users as far as the core usage is concerned. And then the self-service users are remaining the same. They are getting exchanged in the 1:30 ratio. So 20 FUEs are giving you 600 self-service users. Last slide from my side. Before we get into a Q&A, again, depending on how much time I have. But essentially, all users who are just going ahead and seeing reports, that is, anybody who is doing a display transaction needs to have the lowest category of user, that is the self-service. Anybody who is doing only workflow approvals, again, will be a self-service user. Anybody who is doing master data maintenance will be an SAP S/4HANA core user. But besides, this, the SAP S/4HANA self-service user is the lowest category, and it focuses on giving certain specific point rights to the users. It could be under maintenance segregation, maintenance demand processing, organization management, timesheets, MRP, production control, production, execution, as well as a whole bunch of supply chain and sourcing and procurement activities, you can go ahead and do self-service requisitioning. Now, the core user is essentially a superset of what you could go ahead and do over here, but a lot more in terms of the asset management, or manufacturing or R&D, sales, service, as well as supply chain. Such core users can effectively do everything. And then the third category of users that we are looking at is the advanced users. And these essentially are people who require access to either finance transactions, or they could be some people who require access to the sourcing and procurement activities. So those are the category of users which require the advanced use. So again, reiterating, finance users, HR users, and people who are undertaking core sourcing and procurement activities require advanced. Everyone else can be core, and a subset of the capabilities of the core usage, which are structured task activities, can be actually carried out by the self-service users. Now, what does a self-service user have the capability to do? How will you define, for example, delivery management or goods movement is something that has again been put into, the feature scope description document that is on the next thing. So against each one of them, there is an FSD scope description that has been provided in this particular document. And you can look up this particular document by going to help.sap.com/S4HANA, where under the section for SAP S4HANA Enterprise Management, each of these is a subheader. So in this particular case, under operational procurement, you have 3.12.4.1, that is self-service requisitioning, and whatever is referred to as a functional scope under this particular header is the activity that the self-service user can go ahead and do. I'm going to go ahead and pause over here and maybe open it up to any kind of Q&A. But happy to take up any questions or queries that are coming up and make it a little bit more interactive at this point. So maybe I'll just pause and hand it back to Sandeep to moderate, or you could just unmute yourself and ask the questions.
Yeah, so basically we have around 5 to 10 minutes, team, so please feel free to ask. A very important point which Pushkar had highlighted, and we during our conversations also we always highlight that how you can reclassify your issue, because that's where a lot of improvement can be done. So so Opal team, MRPL team who are just discussing DPCL, if any questions, please feel free to ask, or you can put it on the chat. We can also. HMEL also.
Pushkar, Rajiv this side from GAIL only.
Yeah.
Usually, Pushkar, हम लोग बोलते हैं कि when we move to the cloud, it actually helps you to optimize your resources. So how is it going to help us in optimizing our licensing when we move from on-premise to the cloud?
Rajiv, two points that I'll make. First and foremost is that, many of us are today straddled with professional users, correct? That is the highest category of users, which according to the new definitions are required only by people who are handling finance, HR and sourcing procurement, right? This is the first and foremost lever that we have, particularly amongst the public sector companies, which can be leveraged because the definitions are absolutely clear, correct? So one can leverage these definitions and ensure that you are able to go ahead and move from a professional user to, or an advanced user to a core user. And remember that, one advanced user is equal to 1 FUE, but 1 FUE is equal to also 5 core users. So it's 1/20th, 1/5 of the cost effectively, correct? 20% of the overall cost. SAP has got a program under which what we are doing is that we are helping our customers reclassify these users and ensure that that they are able to go ahead and measure the the authorizations that have been given in the system and help them convert the user base into appropriate number of FUEs. Now, because this is also a consultative process, we also sometimes, will go ahead and tell you that these are the additional authorizations that have been given to you by you to a large group of users, because of which they are getting into the next category. So one of the customers with whom we were working, they had gone ahead and given PO creation rights to a large number of the core users. If you actually look at their work profile, do they go ahead and create PO create? Do they participate in the PO creation, or do they release the POs? The answer to that was no. But this was sort of a historical accident because of which it continues. And so what we've been able to do is tell them that if you are able to take out this particular right, correct, then there are 1,400 users which will be able to move to the lower category. So there is a program that is known as STAR, which SAP is running, where they go ahead and work with the customers, understand how the deployment is, and then based on that, rationalize the users. The third
But Pushkar, apart from the user-related licensing, there are a couple of other components where the license metric is,
I'm coming to that. So the second area that we go ahead and see is that in terms of shelfware, correct? Or sometimes that there used to be certain components that were licensed to you in the past, which have today moved into, a core capability of SAP S/4HANA, and therefore does not need to get licensed separately, right? Now, going ahead and moving to this new RISE contract also goes ahead and cleans up all of this old license inventory, which is otherwise considered as shelfware or not required. This is the second lever around license optimization. And the third most important one that is there is that today there are mechanisms by which you can actually reduce costs massively by adopting BTP platform. So, example I will go ahead and give you. If you go ahead and look at some of the large PO instances, then the cost of going ahead and running or even the AMC on that process orchestration is effectively sometimes higher than the total cost of ownership of running and migrating to SAP integration suite. Another example that I will give you, a customer was actually operating on a significant footprint of CRM for sales, okay, and we are currently working with them to move from CRM for sales onto sales CRM, that is CX portfolio, customer experience portfolio, and they have been able to again go ahead and move to a software as a service on SAP's platform, but that again is going ahead and reducing their overall TCO very, very massively. So again, depending upon your deployment architecture, there will be multiple levers that will be available to optimize not only at the licensing level, but it also to go ahead and clean up shelfware, move into more cost optimized models for some of the technology stack, and then further on also go ahead and ensure that you are, for some of the functional applications, you are on the right, I would say, roadmap, so that you're able to reduce TCO. And the software as a service offering also ensures that some of the software upgrade activities that you would have carried out also go away. So if you just go ahead and take a sum total of all of these for a large enterprise, these again over a period of 5 years can go ahead and add up to a significant number. We are still not talking about the benefits of freeing up the technical resources from the operational tasks or the security related aspects which come with the cloud, or the functional enhancements that will come in when you move from an ECC to S4. We are not touching any of these, but the business case for many of our customers can actually come out of some of these low-hanging fruits also.
But Pushkar, actually the major concern in on-premise has been that you cannot, once you take the on-premise perpetual licenses, you cannot reduce the quantity. So my only concern was when you move, when you move on to the cloud, will that flexibility be available to the customer or not?
That flexibility exists not only when you do the initial movement into the cloud, but thereafter, every time you go ahead and review the contract, you have the opportunity to go ahead and relook at the software portfolio and decide as to which components need to continue and which need to get renovated or moved out.
So even after having a long-term cloud contract, maybe say for 5 years or 10 years, we have an option. We have an option to actually review the portfolio every year.
Every time you do a contract renewal.
Contract renewal, we may like to go for the contract, long-term contract, maybe for 5 years or for 10 years. It means the quantities we cannot reduce during the execution of the contract.
So Rajesh, let me answer it as follows: that during the course of the contract, you can see typically SAP will not go in for a contract which is more than 5 years in duration. Okay. It ranges from 3 years to 5 years. Those are the standards that we go ahead and follow. Now, if you go in for a 5-year contract, it obviously says that, we give you the opportunity once every 5 years to go ahead and relook at the portfolio. For extremely large customers, there are other flexibilities that can be brought to bear. We need to understand that RISE is being adopted right from extremely small customers where we have a very standardized offering, and therefore, the ability to relook at it once every 5 years, to extremely large enterprise contracts where we are touching, 5, 6, 7 million euros worth of annual contract value, where obviously we will work with the individual customers, understand their requirements, and create those flexibilities at a contractual level.
Because the concern was primarily because there are certain components where the licensing metric is dynamic in nature.
So licensing metrics, as I said, that again, depending upon your specific case, as we get into a discussion, correct, and an engagement, these aspects can be dealt with. And trust me on this, that I have been involved in all of the large cloud deals that we have executed over the last 1.5+ years, and for some of our largest customers, we have brought to bear the necessary flexibilities based on their requirements.
Thank you, Pushkar.
Yeah, Pushkarji, this is Nandakumar here from Opal.
Yeah.
Yeah, my question is with regards to the commercials. Since this is a cubbing of offer, so is it a unit rate for each of these services like software and you consolidate plus infra and then the technical services, or is it a subjective cost depending on the overall offering which you do to the customer?
No, so the standard offering, Nandakumarji, basically is that there is, we have gone ahead and said that your license subscription volumes, go ahead and decide your infrastructure entitlements. Okay. There is a t-shirt sizing that we've gone ahead and done, saying that assuming a customer with these many number of users, what's the typical kind of infrastructure that they require, correct? Beyond that, there are obviously customers who come and say that we have specific requirements that are there, correct? There are certain customers who require more infrastructure. There are certain customers who will fit within the t-shirt size that we are talking about. And in such scenarios, SAP goes ahead and brings in the flexibility to add additional infrastructure as the case may be, right? Similarly, there are also scenarios where temporary infrastructure could be required, right? For example, you are going ahead and carrying out a software upgrade project, you require a sandbox instance for a limited duration of say 4 or 5 months, whatever it is, correct? So those flexibilities definitely go ahead and exist. There is certain basic minimum infrastructure that is provisioned with every license. The associated technical managed services, the software subscription, and the infrastructure are all part of that single commercial.
So just one further question on the add-on to that. The infrastructure is scalable. So tomorrow, if I opt to increase my infrastructure capacity, would it be on the same rates, or would it be again have to be changed, or that it will depend on the rates?
So typically, see, let me put it like this: that let's assume that you were on a 1 terabyte instance, which and you had say a 20 GB growth or a 30 GB growth per year, correct? Now, even if I was to assume that we were to run for a duration of a 5-year contract, you are not going to go ahead and exceed that, right? But let's assume that for whatever reasons you had an inorganic acquisition and 5th year you had to add an additional terabyte over there, correct? If it is over a period of 5 years, then you will definitely see that there will be, the infrastructure will come in at that particular cost that exists at that point of time, and it works, both ways. Overall, from a long-term perspective, we will see infrastructure cost decreasing, correct? So locking in a price sometimes in the cloud for infrastructure is actually does not make sense, and we advise against that. But yeah, again, in the short duration, you will find that there will be some fluctuation on account of the exchange rate, but more or less these rates remain stable.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yeah.
So in the interest of time, kindly put the questions on the chat. We have 2 more speakers, and I know that there would be more questions around it. So please do post here. I will compile it and then share it with Pushkar. And the guidelines he has given is very important. So the service for the user reclassification, look at it your shelfware, find it out at which are the most optimum alternatives when you have to move. So that these are the ways which we have to think, and this is what we will further discuss to it. So Pushkar, probably if we had more time, then we would have.
Just add one more thing. I'll just add one more thing that, in fact, two points that I will go ahead and mention. Number one is that if you have any specific questions, please reach out to your respective operating managers. We will be able to connect back with us, get that engagement started. Number two that is there is that we have to understand that when we engage into a race cycle, we are effectively taking over your run operations. SAP is becoming more than just a software and a support vendor. It is actually becoming an active partner in your operations. And in many such cases, we are trying to absorb in a matter of weeks the collective wisdom that you have gone ahead and accumulated over years. So this evaluation requires time. It needs to be thought through at both ends, and we need to get into nitty-gritties. And therefore, we tell customers that let's go ahead and run through a detailed cycle and go step by step with appropriate checkpoints to say as to whether we proceed or not. But if we do this successfully, then it turns out to be an extremely good engagement which will be beneficial to both you as well as us. So 2 points. One is, yes, this is exciting. This is the future. Reach out to the E's. Second is, as we get into the engagements, please understand that SAP will be taking over your operations, and to that extent, we focus on doing deep due diligence and discoveries as we get into this, so that expectations are effectively matched and we are meeting those expectations rather than falling short. So with that, I will hand it back and thank you all for the time today. I will have to drop off for another meeting, but please feel free to reach out to Sandeep, drop all of your questions and queries to him, and then we will come back to you with the structured answers.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Pushkar. Thanks and point noted, and thanks to all the questions which has been shared by Rajesh ji and Kumar ji. We will have more questions definitely. Please feel free to drop in the chat, and we can do basically a quick session also, capsule session if needed in the future. So with
thanks
that,
a lot once again, and have a good day, everyone. And I will drop off now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Pushkar. And now, of course, we are running. Time we need to manage a little bit, but there's a now I invite Krunal. So Krunal, the floor is yours. I will not take time much to introduction. So now you will see something very innovative. So whenever you are planning your journey towards a digital transformation, please plan this sort of a solutions. These are partner solutions which can give you much more benefit to the business. So what do you, Kunal? A short introduction of your, and then you can straightway go into the demo. You have 20 minutes. We are running a little bit late, but yes, please feel free to manage within that.
Sure. No problem. Thank you, Sandeep. And first of all, thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity to take this stage and kind of introduce what we have. TeamViewer, most of you must be aware as a remote control, remote support solution. But today we have something very, very innovative. We work very closely with SAP. We are an SAP endorsed application partner, and which means that SAP does recommend us in some of the scenarios where we can extend the basic ERP and CRM capabilities onto the field. So without can one of you please confirm that my screen is visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Krunal Patel. I'm the country manager for TeamViewer. Around 18 years of experience in overall sales, technology-led sales. Was part of SAP for 5 years and then with Gartner for almost 3 years. Have worked with some of you or most of you in different capacities in my past career. So today I would quickly get into the TeamViewer innovation solutions around augmented reality. So TeamViewer for most of you is aware as a remote support solution, screen sharing, file transfer, remote control. But there is much more to our enterprise story. We are a 16 years old organization, primarily focused on remote control applications. But then 2018, we did a pivot and started looking into augmented reality. 2020, 2021, we acquired some of the major players in AR space, mixed reality space. And today we are one of the leading providers of augmented reality and mixed reality solutions. Our core focus remains delivering software out of Germany for remote support, managed connectivity, and augmented reality, mixed reality solutions. We are the winners of SAP Pinnacle Award, which was announced during this SAP Sapphire, and we are one of the leading partner when it comes to industry cloud. If you look at the context in your industry, and I'm sure all of you are the top-notch technology leaders in your respective domain, but this is just a third-party view. One of the key area which is identified by even Gartner and some of the other third-party area researchers is how do we ensure that the digital transformation cannot be only limited to the connected employees, which means that in your workforce you have so many employees who are not connected. They don't even have a desk, no computer. So one of the key area which every enterprise is trying to look at is how do you connect their field workers or their frontline workers and get them into the digital journey, because they are not only the biggest user of the data in the frontline operations, but also they are developers or they are creator of a lot of data which goes into your decision making when it comes to backend systems. Utility specifically from IDC says that 50% of the utilities are looking for improvement in first time fix and then the FTTR because of the pressures that are getting mounted with opening of various sectors, competition, and so on and so forth. Utilities are also looking at innovative solutions to do field service operations and customer support. As I was explaining, in industry today, even in your specific industries, more than 60, 70, 80% of your global workforce are not having any computer or desk. They need to be connected, and fragmented digitization or focusing only on backend processes would limit your chances to improve the overall process efficiency. There is knowledge gap which is happening because there is a retirement of skilled worker. There is also new employees who are coming in from cloud native or internet native domain, who wants everything like an Amazon or like a Flipkart or like Netflix. They really want to work in innovative environments rather than just going through the traditional way. And hence enterprises are now looking at how do they keep this employee is motivated with new innovative experiences. Total experience is another area which you are looking at, experience for internal employees, external customers, for so on and so forth. Resolution times are becoming very critical KPIs, and reducing the errors and improving the overall efficiency and productivity are the other areas that enterprises are looking at when it comes to the market ecosystem. So the solution what we have is a combination of hardware, software, and services. Hardware being said, the smart glasses or the smart wearable, which help you to render the 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional view in an augmented reality or a mixed reality domain. The software is TeamViewer Frontline software, which basically allows you to create these experiences, which allows you to do collaboration with your frontline workers, which allows you to integrate with your backend SAP systems. And services around configuration, customization, and integration with your backend system. So as a solution provider and a partner to SAP, we provide a one-stop solution for your entire frontline requirement. Wearables, most of you have already bought also in some or the other way, maybe 1, 2, or maybe more. For certain use cases, you all know the benefit of wearables. You know, they are hands-free, they are ergonomically very strong, and they are also ensuring that, you know, the error rate is reduced while doing the work. But we have still limited our use of wearables only to collaboration, only to, you know, remote calls or a see what I see use case kind of. But TeamViewer Frontline can actually optimize your investment on those wearables to the next level, where you can actually bring in your SAP information, SAP processes in the front and give it onto the smart glass. So TeamViewer Frontline is being used today for various reasons. It's a platform, comes with feature sets which can be customized and used for various use cases, starting with the most common use case, which is remote support, wherein you have a field person who is working on a particular asset and he's not able to fix that problem. So he wants an expert to have a look at it and guide him. So he can just initiate a video call or a video support requirement, and the expert can guide that person over the smart glass. The other use case is inspection. So you have services and maintenance, so many assets around, and lot of inspections are happening. It could be a safety inspection, it could be a maintenance inspection, which are happening outside of the core ERP processes. You know, you have like a checklist which is managed, and then the checklist goes through a process, and then it is converted into a digital report and then uploaded into your system of records. That process needs to be completely digitized and integrated with your backend system. Next is your store or warehouse. You have inbound logistics where you have to do goods receipt. You have outbound logistics where you have to do an internal issue of goods, assets, or even external at some time, which is order fulfillment. All this is happening manually, and inventory management is done manually. So giving this information onto a smart glass and extending your warehouse management capability of SAP or your enterprise warehouse management capability of SAP onto the smart glass will allow you to reduce the errors that happens while doing the store keeping. And finally, manufacturing, which is more to do with manufacturing processes, which may not be so much relevant in this area. Here is a small demonstration of a company which uses TeamViewer Frontline solution to do digital inspection. There is an 8-step inspection which is happening that a person is doing for that particular earth moving equipment. And he has to check all the 8 items before it goes out of the garage.
Documents missing.
The right side of the screen, the small window, is what he's seeing on the smart glass.
Expired. Secured. Secured. Drained. Tight and secure. Tight and secure. Removed and secured.
So this is a process. Now this is the frontline process, front end process. This will then be reflected in real time into your backend system, and a PDF report will be generated, which will have all the details around the images that is captured, the report has been captured, the comments which has been spoken. Here is another example where with glasses and without glasses, along with the frontline platform, the benefits have been identified for a particular process. So there is a visible quantifiable benefit that we have seen using a wearable versus doing it anything on paper or on a tablet also. That is not all. We also have a complete new offering, which is part of the TeamViewer Frontline solution, which is the TeamViewer Frontline Artificial Intelligence Studio. Artificial Intelligence Studio allows you to create multiple use cases to basically create a safe working environment for your employees, for your field operators. So you see right a couple of pictures which talk about how the glasses can detect whether a person has worn the helmet or not, the person has worn the gloves or not before starting a particular process. This can also be demonstrated with this short video, which talks about how image recognition happens. And then there is a workflow which is created and a feedback is generated onto a particular object. So here is an object which is kept in front of a static camera. This could be a smart glass as well, or a moving camera. The software identifies that object and also sends the workflow, which means that guides the person to do the next what he has to do. Once he puts the bolts in the right places, it will also give a feedback which says which is right and which is wrong. This use case can be extended to a lot of other areas of safety, security, and productivity. So in summary, you can use the solution for remote support on the field, knowledge transfer, maybe sometime disaster recovery, sometimes asset management and maintenance, safety inspection, and equipment management. We work very closely with SAP and has a strong integration with various SAP modules, starting with the most common, which is the field service management, because a lot of you might be using SAP field service management for maintaining and managing your field workforce for operations and maintenance. And here is how it works.
Mostly they use SAP PM, so we can hear SAP PM.
Technology solutions power most of the products and services we use today, and frontline technicians are required to solve increasingly complex issues in order to ensure critical services are working properly. To organize and manage these field operations, many businesses are using the SAP Field Service Management solution. This SAP solution allows companies to have a unified view for planning all the required service and maintenance jobs, while ensuring technicians with the right skills are assigned to each job. In addition, all the information required for completing a job will be available in the technician's work device. However, there are many cases where the issue may be different than initially assumed, or the technician doesn't have the experience to find and solve an issue. TeamViewer has partnered with SAP to integrate TeamViewer Frontline X-Assist to FSM. This integration enables senior technicians and experts to seamlessly initiate an AR-assisted video call with the field technician on the job in order to support the assessment and troubleshooting of an issue. Furthermore, it allows you to easily search through the list to find the desired technician and shows who's online and is available to receive a Frontline X-Assist call. By clicking the call button, a call will be initiated to the technician on the field, either to his smartphone or smart glasses. Once the call is established, the expert can see real-time what the technician sees through his smart glasses while having a voice conversation in parallel. This allows for much more efficient investigation and diagnosis of an issue. The expert can take HD screenshots of areas of interest, which will also be shown on the technician side. The expert and technician can then analyze the issue and add annotations, markers, and text, which will be visible on both sides on the snapshot. This process enables an efficient collaboration so the issue can be resolved. With TeamViewer Frontline X-Assist integration, issues can be solved faster, reduce human error, and avoid repeat visits. When the call has ended, the screen returns to the FSM, allowing the expert to continue his work. For each X-Assist call made through the integration, a service record is created and automatically uploaded to FSM on the associated service call as an attachment. This may also include a full recording of the session. It is important to make this information available for auditability purposes and proof of a job completion. In some cases, this can be vital to comply to SLAs and be compliant. This can also be useful for training purposes and act as a reference for future service calls. The integration of TeamViewer Frontline to FSM is an essential extension that helps companies fulfill their service contracts and technical field operations with greater accuracy, less error-prone, and reduced repeat visits.
So that was the initial FSM integration. Next is the SAP Asset Manager app. So erstwhile asset management app, which most of you or some of you would be using it. So we also now are ready available integration available with SAP Asset Manager, which can be then extended from a mobile to a smart glass, which is augmented with 3-dimensional and 2-dimensional information, directly integrated with your backend PM system using BTP. Which means that your asset master or your material master would be the source for any information which comes in for that assets onto the smart glass using the frontline platform. So in nutshell, whether you are using an SAP on-premise, SAP HANA, S4 HANA Cloud, or SAP ERP, or any other extended SAP systems like EWM or FSM or Asset Manager, we have a possible integration available, which can be then deployed depending on which stage of SAP journey you are in. And we can then still give you the similar kind of experience for your frontline workers and bring them onto your backend SAP data systems. So it's a strong, I mean, there are multiple benefits that customers are already getting out of it, right? Reducing the time to resolve a problem, improving the skills and efficiencies of employees, and many, many more. As I said, the roadmap and the journey with SAP is ongoing. So we are working and trying to get our application extended to multiple SAP systems, whether it is your current ERP system or your RISE with SAP cloud system. It could be an industry cloud like a supply chain, manufacturing, or intelligent asset management. Depending on wherever you are onto the SAP landscape, SAP journey, we have a solution which can help you integrate with that and give you the similar or similar level of efficiencies that we can promise with certain solutions. This is not a science fiction or a future technology. We have already 250 plus customers in last 10 years who have adopted this technology. Some of the large names include Siemens, GE, and BP, who have been using this very successfully globally onto various use cases like remote support, inspection, logistics, and so on and so forth. It allows you complete flexibility because you are dealing with data to host the application on premise, on your cloud, wherever you want, and gives you that flexibility to work on any operating system. It can work with any of these variables or many, many more, right from scanning devices to smart glasses to tablets, hand scanners, RFID verification codes, risk-one scanners, and so on and so forth. So it gives you a full flexibility where you can reduce a lot of duplication of scanning activities when in the field. It's also rewarded by SAP and also recognized by a lot of third-party analysts as one of the leading providers in enterprise artificial augmented reality and mixed reality, and now supported with artificial intelligence.
So probably Krunal, we take a pause because
Yeah.
they're at top of the hour, and if there is any question from anyone, we take it forward. So I believe the team has already understood. So if there is any question from, let's take it forward. Yeah, for team, any questions, please feel free to ask you, or you can post in the chat also. So we'll share this slides also. The meeting recordings will also be shared.
Yeah. So again, Sandeep and the whole team, thank you so much for having me and giving this opportunity to me. We are here in India, very, very local. Very happy to work with each one of you to explore in your independent setups. How can augmented reality, mixed reality, and artificial intelligence be useful? Very happy to get in touch. A lot of your account managers at SAP are also aware of this solution, so they can set up some meetings, or you can reach out to me or Rajesh directly, and we can help set up those meetings.
Sure.
Thank you, Sandeep.
So thanks, and last speaker for this session is Anish. So Anish is from BCG, and he would give us a context of it is basically a free flow session where we'd like to hear from the experts in context of today's situation. What is basically the thing which a digital strategy which organization should take? So it's session is over to you, Anish. And
thanks, Sandeep. I hope my video and audio are both coming through.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Let me also try and share some pages. I hope my screen is visible as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So thanks, Sandeep. So a quick introduction. I'm Manish, a partner at BCG. I work in the oil and gas space in India and also in the Asia Pac region. I have had the opportunity to work with some of you as part of the programs that we've done. But great to have the opportunity to meet all of you and speak on this topic. So digital is a key part of a lot of the work that we do today. Either it is digital transformation programs that we do for our clients, or in a lot of cases, it's now other topics or other transformation engagements where digital becomes embedded as a core part of delivering on that particular agenda. So as part of these programs, we speak to the CEOs, we speak to the business owners, CXOs of all these firms. And the lens that I want to share today is from the business side of things. What are the key priorities that are emerging? So digital is a often abused term. Right? It means different things to different people. So what is it that digital means today to these business leaders? What are they expecting from digital agenda, from digital transformation programs that they undertake, want to share a perspective of that from the business side of things. Right? So just to start off, before we go into the oil and gas side of things, in BCG, we do an annual digital transformation survey globally. This covers about 800 companies. We speak to the business leaders in these companies to understand where their digital agenda stands today. How have they been successful or not successful in some cases, and what drives those success or failures? And as they look towards the future, what are the priorities? What are the important things that are top of mind for these business leaders? And what are they looking to get out of those digital transformation programs? Right? So 3 points that I would call attention to. We've run this survey for a period of time now. In the initial stages, digital was all about achieving cost efficiencies and cutting costs. Increasingly, we are seeing that shifting to a focus on revenue generation. Can I offer a better customer experience? Can I improve my go-to-market? Is there some innovation that I can drive in my business model? Are there new business opportunities beyond my core business that I can tap into? That increasingly has become the focus compared to earlier when achieving efficiency and cost reduction was the priority. So that's one big theme that's slowly emerging every year as we run the survey. Secondly, the ownership of these transformation programs are increasingly being driven by the business leadership. So business owners are taking charge of a lot more of the agenda. And that is one big theme that is emerging over the years. Thirdly, there is an expectation that these programs will be self-funded, right? So at least in 80-85% of the cases, the expectation is that the digital program will generate the outcomes that are required, either in terms of additional revenue or cost savings, which can then drive the further scale up and diversification of the digital agenda that is required. So some themes that are emerging, and these are consistent across sectors that you look at. This is not just for oil and gas, across different sectors that you look at. This is consistent in terms of the themes that come up. Now, if you look at oil and gas, traditionally it's been a laggard. It's always followed some of the other sectors in terms of innovations and new business models. We do a digital maturity assessment of a large set of companies that we work with on 30 different dimensions. Oil and gas companies typically tend to be amongst the bottom quartile of those. Right? There are exceptions, but many of them tend to be in the bottom quartile. If I were to take one example, only a sixth or less than a sixth of oil and gas companies today use the vast amount of data that they have to generate insights for decision making. So there's no dearth of data. If you look at our plants and upstream facilities, refineries, even our retail outlets, they generate a lot of data. Refineries generate a minute-wise data, which are available in our data historians, but there isn't a lot of decision making or analytics that is applied on them. A lot of the data is there, but it's ultimately going unused. Right? There is an opportunity to capitalize on them. There are significant returns that you can achieve if you're able to now use this data towards driving business decisions. Right? But this is changing. It's, I think, a combination of the circumstances as well. Before the recent price boom and high cracks, there was a continued period of cost pressure, and in any case, there is a lot of volatility. There is price volatility, there is demand volatility, and that's a challenge that oil and gas companies have to grapple with. Increasingly, plants are becoming more larger and more complex, so there is a need to now ensure that you're optimizing in that complex environment. Capex is not easy to come by. Investor sentiment in general for the sector is not great. There is an overhang of the carbon footprint. There is an overhang of energy transition. And if you look at fund flows, capital allocation increasingly is becoming a big challenge for the sector. And this also has an overhang on the people market, right? There is oil and gas is not a preferred sector anymore for new talent that's coming into the market, and there are similar reasons for that as we were discussing about on capital. Now, all of this put together, I think, strengthens the case for digital. There is a need to be more efficient. There is a need to look at other revenue sources and other business opportunities that you can capitalize on. So what does this mean? Slowly, the definition of digital, I think, is evolving in oil and gas as well. From what was largely workflow digitization to using digital to drive decisions. That's one big theme, one big change that we are seeing. I think that wave of workflow digitization is fairly complete across a lot of companies. And now it's about how do I use that data? How do I use the expenditure that I've incurred in the past to now capitalize and reap benefits from them? Similarly, there is a move from off-the-shelf solutions, what is available and how can I tweak my requirements and try and get the best out of them, to what are solutions that are needed for my specific requirement, rather than working with standard solutions. And the third big theme is, it's not just about systems and tools anymore. It's about delivering results. It's about the transformation that needs to happen at scale after we've done the bit on systems and tools. So these are themes that are consistently emerging in terms of digital and oil and gas, right? Multiple different technologies that are starting to reshape the sector, but rather than focus on the technology itself, I want to take a different lens of what are the typical use cases that we see now. And there are 6 areas. These are not exhaustive, but largely 6 areas where we see a lot of attention and a lot of energy going in from oil and gas companies. The first area is around planning, and then this is different elements. So there's one question around forecasting. Volatility has only gone up. So we get asked 2 questions. One is, can you help us predict demand, forecast demand more accurately than we can do right now, and forecast prices more accurately than we can do right now, right? But equally, there is a recognition that what we are seeing in the recent past are some extreme circumstances, and irrespective of how good your forecasting system is, there is not going to be a possibility to accurately predict all of them, right? In which case, how do I build the organizational muscle to be able to dynamically plan? If a situation like COVID happens, it's not something that humans can predict. It's not something that a lot of machine learning logics can predict either, right? But if the situation plays out from there, now how do I ensure that I can maximize the value that I can achieve from the situation? Similarly, there's a supply shock that is happening in the market, like we are seeing today. How do I now capitalize on that opportunity and make the best out of it? So that's one big area where there's a lot of attention that is going on, and advanced analytics, AI, ML are at the core of it. The second theme is around operations and how do I maximize the value from operations that I can achieve. And I'll get into this in a bit more detail later. The third theme is asset management, and how can I improve uptimes, reliability, availability, predictive maintenance, leveraging data and leveraging data science technologies that are available today. The fourth bucket, which is actually a cluster of different use cases that we see, is on the marketing and sales side of things. How do I improve customer experience? How do I drive new business models, leveraging the assets that I have today, and how do I capitalize on that? The fifth bucket is safety and field productivity. How can I capitalize on technologies like AR, VR? How can I capitalize on other digital technologies to improve safety and productivity on the field? And the last bucket is on support functions excellence. How do I improve through and through, finance functions, supply chain, procurement, HR? What are the areas where I can leverage digital and drive efficiencies? I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so in the interest of time, I'll focus on 2-3 of these areas, but happy to connect separately on the others as well. Let me just start with the planning bucket. So like we're discussing, there are 2 questions that we get asked by business leaders. One question is, there's just a lot of volatility. I'm not able to predict or forecast demand accurately. Can you help us, at least do it better than the way we are doing it today? And there is a lot of work that is happening on that front as well. But I'll just to give you a flavor of what happens there. Post-COVID, a lot of companies in the US, oil and gas companies in the US, have looked at ML-based prediction systems to arrive at demand. For example, aviation fuel used to be something which is fairly straightforward. So if you look at existing traffic numbers, if you apply a growth rate for different routes, you could then apply a seasonality lens, because travel also has seasonality, and arrive at a fairly accurate prediction of what would be your ATF demand. But post-COVID, all of that changed, right? Historical data was not relevant anymore. There were travel restrictions, but beyond that, just passenger sentiment to travel also had changed drastically. And just where people stay and travel from had also changed significantly from the past. So all of what used to be done earlier was just not relevant anymore. So some companies in the US had then started looking at other metrics which they can use to now predict area of demand. For example, COVID cases and relative growth or degrowth in them, vaccination numbers, also lead indicators on consumer sentiment. So for example, bookings, but also as a lead indicator, how many travel searches are you seeing on different travel platforms, and use that as a proxy to estimate volume or flight demand across different routes, and then from there estimate area of demand. Right? Similarly, on the chemical side, there is a lot of, even on the B2B side of things, there's a lot of work that's happening on trying to understand what are the end use segment growth patterns or demand patterns, and from there work back to arrive at what's the ultimate demand for you. So that's one area. But what I want to focus today is the second part of it. But because whatever you do, there are always going to be situations that will throw your demand forecast off. And how do you then dynamically plan? How do you build the organizational muscle to then take care of the situation that you're in and try and maximize and capitalize as much as you can? Right? So if I were to just take the example of scheduling, it's a very complex problem in the context of a refinery. There are different decision points. There are lots of constraints to be taken into account. There are lots of choices to be made. So which crude should I charge to my crude unit today? Right? Should I charge crude A or crude B? Should I blend the crudes in charge? If I'm receiving a shipment today, which crude tank should I send it to? What should I do with my intermediates? Right? Should I store them for tomorrow when I believe cracks will be better? Should I run them today because tomorrow there may be a throughput constraint? Should I be preferentially routing feed or intermediate products through one part of my refinery versus the other because realizations in one part are better than the others? So there are a lot of decision points that are to be taken. And now if you multiply that with the fact that you need to plan for a certain period forward, this compounds the extent of computational complexity that is there, right? And it's just humanly not possible to arrive at an optimal solution in this situation. It's just not possible for us to think through all the possible combinations and see what is the optimal solution for us. There are now, with advancements in data science and computational powers, there are now good approximations that you can use to do that. So rather than just find a solution that suffices, now you can start looking at a solution that finds an optima. And that's one area where ML and advanced analytics-based solutions are having a big impact, right? So what it essentially does is creates a fairly accurate representation of the refinery. Getting it absolutely right is, of course, still a challenge, and that adds to computational complexity, which then makes it infeasible, right? If your model takes 2 days to run, there is no point in having a solution like that because it's just not going to be useful for you in taking any decisions for today. So finding a reasonable approximation of the plant and then applying a large set of scenarios through that model based on today's prices and margins to then arrive at what is the optimal decision that can get you value. So this is one set of use cases that we see today. We've seen benefits to the order of 30 cents and beyond in many refineries which have tried to do this scheduling optimization, right? So that's one big theme. The second theme that I want to showcase today as an example is digital operations. There is a lot of digital use cases in operations, but I want to focus on one of them. If you are able to give the operations team a real-time view of the economic impact of the choices that I'm making, right? So for example, in a unit, if I'm changing the temperature, the pressure, the reactor pressure or the column temperature, column pressure, how does it impact overall economics of the plant? Not just within the perimeter of the unit, but also at a global level for the particular plant in question. Today, that is a lot experiential, and it's very difficult to do this over differing price regimes. Right? An experienced operations team will also know what to do for a certain set of price conditions, but if they keep dynamically changing, it's difficult for them to just through manual intuition arrive at what is the right set of operating conditions. So there are solutions that now can give a real-time view of the economic impact of different choices that you make in the control room, and based on which the operations team can now take course corrections. Right? So you are removing the complexity element. You are removing the need to take into account dynamic pricing and changing markets or margins in the market. And you're able to now crystallize all of that and give it in one summarized form to the operations team in the control room, based on which now they can take decisions and at their level try and improve profits for the company. Right? You can then add another layer. This is just visualization and statically giving a view to the ops team. On top of that, now you can apply advanced analytics to find the dynamic optimal point as well. Right? You can now use data science to find complex correlations which otherwise would not have been possible and would have been simplified into a linear correlation. There are now non-linear ways to quantify them more or to predict them more accurately. You can use them to now suggest the optimal operating point for conversion units. For example, in an FCC, what is the right ROT to operate at, right? Based on today's prices, should I be maximizing, if I have a PFCC, should I be maximizing propylene? Should I be maximizing liquid products, distillates? What's the right choice? And then subsequently, what's the right operating temperature for my specific unit to be able to maximize overall dollar per ton for every ton of feed that I'm processing through the unit. So both are now a reality, both are now possible to do, and they are increasingly being adopted in plants to achieve higher realizations. But to get this right, it's not just about the product suite. There are other elements that need to come together. The data architecture needs to be in place to support this. You need an operating model that now starts taking these into account. You need to start operating with the digital tools as an integral part of your operations. And there is a need to put all of this together, integrate it, and find a rhythm where you're able to now operate in this manner. So this is the second theme around digital operations. The third theme that I would want to touch upon, and this is just one example, is digital in the context of sales and marketing. And this is specifically in the case of retail and customer experience. One example from Petronas in Malaysia. The fundamental thesis here is that oil and gas companies have a lot of data, which on the customer side as well, which they don't use today, right? Can I now think of that as an asset? Because if you see, data is the new oil and everybody's trying to capitalize on the data assets that they have. If I have rich information on customers coming into fuel every other day, if I have data on those same customers who in many markets also come in to do other non-fuel purchases, how can I capitalize on that data and find new business models that can, one, enhance their experience in my core business, but additionally give me new revenue streams, right? Not just Petronas, for example, in Europe, there are companies who have looked at personalization. So you segmented marketing, the extreme extent to which you can take it as the segment of one, where you can now send personalized offers to each customer, which then increases chances of conversion of that particular offer for the customer. A lot of them start off as loyalty apps or apps for doing a fueling booking, but increasingly they are also being thought of as new business models. So they transform into a fintech play. The loyalty app slowly transforms into a digital asset that becomes an alternate revenue stream for the oil and gas company. Right? And this is just one example, but there are several other such examples of oil and gas companies which have looked at digital, not just in their core operations, but as a new business opportunity that they can capitalize on. Interest of time, I'll just skip the video. There are other use cases in the other areas that we spoke about, for example, asset maintenance and predictive maintenance, right? There is a lot that you can do in terms of being able to find the right strategy for your critical equipment, and where are the places where predictive maintenance is important? Where is it that I can run to failure? And how do I build the predictive maintenance models that are required, right? For my key rotating equipment, what are the right set of choices that I need to make to build a predictive maintenance model? But in the interest of time, I'll not cover those. Happy to separately connect and share a view on those. The last theme that I want to pick up on is while there are several use cases for digital, all from the lens of decision making that is becoming more and more prominent, it is only a third of these that succeed. This is marginally improved from previous years. It was 30%. It's now improved to 35%, but there's still a lot of way to go, right? And the challenges that we observe commonly are similar. I mean, there's not a clear definition of the problem that we are looking to solve, which then inherently means the value is not there once you solve the problem. The big challenge, second big challenge that we see is the ability to scale. At a pilot level, all of these work very well, but the moment you try to scale it up to the entire organization, it starts failing because you're not able to do the change management that is required. And the last piece, linked to that is adoption. How do you get the business teams to adopt the solution so that it becomes ultimately a value creating effort for the entire organization? So I think the way to think of it is post the pilot phase, as you think about scaling up these solutions, 70% of the effort needs to be on achieving the business transformation and the change management. Technology and algorithms are important especially upfront, but during scale up, they only form 30% of the core. And there is a large effort that needs to go into complementing this through having the right change management, having the right business transformation procedures in place. Right? And this will also mean taking on new skill sets, which may not be there in our organizations today. For example, data science skills, user interface, UI UX development, cybersecurity capabilities. So it ultimately requires a rethink in terms of the way we operate to just go beyond the current ambit and look at new capability sets that you need to deliver these solutions. Right? But let me pause here and then hand it back to Sandeep. Any questions from the group? Happy to answer. And I know I've rushed through, but happy to go through some of the other use cases, both across downstream, but also across upstream that are increasingly finding traction amongst business leaders.
So one question from my side. Many times, whenever we are interacting with our customers, one of the big dilemma here is that how to qualify a business case.
Sorry, how to qualify the?
How to qualify a business case, because business would give a lot of requirements. Some may be relevant and some may not be that also relevant. So which one to first qualify and take it? Because as you said, solutions can be multiple. SAP also has solutions, maybe third-party solutions are there. But how do first prima facie business case should be qualified that yes, this fits into the ambit of a it's a transformative in nature or something. Is there something? Otherwise, many times it happens that a lot of cases pile up and then only 5% may get actually converted.
Yeah. No, some of it is also by design. So I'll tell you typically the way we try to approach digital transformation. In the initial phase of the program, we actually try to crowdsource a lot of ideas and build a large funnel of business ideas that you can pursue. And that is by design, because only then you get the full ambit of potential digital or potential use cases for digital. Then we sit down with the business teams and prioritize them based on two lenses. One is the impact that they can deliver, but equally, are there quick wins that you can deliver to the organization in the near term? Because a large challenge in digital transformation programs is by the time you wait for the large impact program to kick in, the organizational desire and appetite has already died out, right? So the way we prioritize initiatives when we pick up digital transformation with our clients is, of course, large impact programs, but we make sure that there are some quick wins that are built into the funnel, which can start delivering value in the near term to make sure that the business owners are seeing some quick results and we are able to fund the rest of the journey from those results. Okay. There's no one answer, but ultimate lens to apply are these two. What is the impact it can deliver, and make sure that you have a funnel of quick wins which you can show to the organization to build that enthusiasm so that the interest doesn't drop away and it ultimately becomes something that nobody utilizes at the end of it.
Yeah, Manoj, over to you and for any other questions.
No, nothing from my side. If any audience has any questions. If not, maybe then let me thank each one of you on behalf of Indus that we could attract so many people from different companies and we could hear their different topics on SAP Rise or on the S4HANA journey of NRL and from Anish what it takes for the digital transformation. I think it was good insight and I would say it was a good productive 3 hours what we could spend on this SIG. And as I said, let's hope that we meet in person for the next SIG. So if any volunteer company is there to host the entire oil and gas people in their premise, do let me know in through mail or call me. We will happy to announce and let's hope that we meet in person next time. So once again, thank you all the members. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Manoj, Sandeep, and all.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Manoj. Thank you, Sandeep. Thanks, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.